I'm a lecturer with the leader of Apostles College of Education. I have a PhD in religion and health. My area is in, as my PhD suggests, how religion and religious studies affect our attitudes towards health in all the dimensions you can think of. I completed my PhD in the UK at the University of Nottingham Trent University in 2020-2024. I'm a fancy from Almina and I live in Almina. So what I usually do for most of my sessions is that we try to do a chemistry introduction. Okay, although the program is going to be online, I try to do what I do in my regular class. I try to develop at least a kind of personal relationship with my students. Okay, so that helps in communication and then in kind of exchange we need to understand the course content much better. That is why I began by explaining or by introducing a bit of myself, my name, my degrees, and then also where I come from. So I'm speaking to you from Armenia. So if we can have a quick go around. I don't know how comfortable you are with sharing your video, but you can have a very quick go around. So I've shared my video with you. This is me, Benedict Open, Dr. Benedict Open, a leader of Apostles College of Education. Anyone wants to go? Do you have any bold person who wants to continue introducing themselves? Isaac, do you want to start? Isaac, come on. You don't need to tell me on your camera if you are comfortable.
Yes, sir. I'm Isaac Amo from Ashanti region, to be precise, Afijasi.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so Isaac, what do you do?
I'm a teacher by profession.
Okay, at the senior high school level, I suppose.
No, please, at the junior high level.
What do you teach at the junior high?
I teach social studies.
Okay. It's nice to meet you, Isaac.
Thank you, sir. You are welcome, doctor.
Okay. You don't need to, please, that's also one thing. We don't need to be too formal. We don't need to mention. You can call me Benedict or Pet. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Isaac. Who wants to go next, please?
You are welcome.
Who wants to go next? We'll introduce each and every one person before we begin our lecture. That one that I'll tell you. So if you don't introduce yourself, we are not going to teach. Yes, who's next? Okay, so close next to Isaac is Santa Illuminata. That's an interesting name. Sanda, care to speak to us? Sanda Illuminata. Okay. Oh, Aha, did you want to talk? Alhaji Ali bin Sadiq Donko.
Yes, boss.
Thank you.
Alhaji Ali bin Sadiq Donko.
Ali bin Sadiq Donko. Salam alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Amen. So please, yourself.
Alhaji Ali bin Sadiq Donko, Sunyane.
Okay.
Sunyane Study Center.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm Illuminata Sanda, Tamale Study Center.
Illuminata. So Illuminata is your surname?
No, Sanda is my surname.
Oh, I see. Okay. That's an interesting name. Nice to meet you, Alhaji, and then Illuminata.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, bro. The next person, please. Appear to. So I'm mentioning the names according to how the names appear on my screen. Okay. So that is how I'm going about it. So appear to. Onanabuaje.
Hello, sir.
Tell the men talk to except to Nata. The ladies talk. Nana, please continue.
I'm Shadrach Nanabuaji Hineku, Koforia Study Center.
Kufuria, very good. I attended Kufuria, so I know Kufuria very well. And then
Okay.
I also attended Catholic University for my first degree. So I know Sunyani and his environs very well.
Okay.
Mm,
Okay.
yeah.
That is
Okay.
nice.
So, yeah. So who's next, please? I want a lady to talk. Either Abigail to 4, Safia to, or Gloria for you.
Hello, sir.
Abigail, thank you. How are you?
I'm Abigail. I'm doing good. Can you please?
Great.
I'm Abigail. What's my people?
Okay.
Where's my study center?
What do you mean? Okay. Okay. So what do you teach?
Morning,
What do you
sir.
teach at the Good morning, Safia too.
Sir, so my name is Safiatou Al Hassan from
Okay. From where Safia too?
college. That's my center, and religion is my major, and then English is my minor. Thank you.
Please, I didn't get your center.
So my center is Zenith College, Accra.
Wow, okay. Okay. And then Abigail, you didn't get yours as well. Abigail, did you mention where you are talking from?
From Kumasi.
Pokemashi, okay.
Asante. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Then
You're
Gloria
welcome.
Gloria Faye. Gloria, you want to go next?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam. Hey, but you guys are not turning on your video. Yeah, cheating me. That's why I've also turned off mine. Let us see your
Please,
face.
I'm Sandra Boaswaka.
Okay.
What school is my center, Kumasi?
Kumasi, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. There is
Welcome, sir.
yeah, thank you, Sam. There's a cluster of people who are about 11. Let's see. So Abigail, baby,
Hey, Papa.
you want to go next? Please, if you're not talking, can you mute your mic? Patient, you want to go next?
Sir,
Yes, please.
please, good morning.
Good morning, patient.
Please, I'm Abigail Bedu.
Okay.
Westco is my center.
Westco, okay. Okay. Nice to meet you, Abigail.
Nice to meet you too.
Madam Anita Jane P.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Patience. I'm Ponsa Lillian. I'm also at Westco. My center is Westco, and a teacher by profession.
Yeah, most of you are teachers, I know. I'm much more interested in what subjects you're currently teaching.
Ghanaian language major and religious
Okay.
minor.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Patience. So, okay,
You are welcome, sir. All right.
Okay. Okay, so care to go next?
Good morning, everyone.
Mhm.
Please, my center is Koforidua,
Yeah.
and then my major is English and my minor is religion.
Oh, thank you very much, Agustina.
You're
Very
welcome.
flat. Mr. Aziz Adams. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Mm-hmm. Then I question.
So everything is cool here.
Okay. Yeah. So why are you talking to this people?
From Sunyane.
Okay. Okay. You have a background in RME, I suppose.
Come again, sir.
You have a background in RME?
Yes.
Okay. You teach RME?
Yes, I teach RME. I teach social and RME.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
Please let me bite in again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ali bin Sadek. Alhaj.
Yes.
Yeah, I teach IRS. Islamic Religious Studies.
Very good.
I teach at TI Ahmadiyya Model Basic. Ishatre. My major is religion and minor is English.
Okay. Did you say you teach at Iswatre?
Ishatre, yes, please.
Okay. Okay. I know that place very well. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Alhaji. At least we have a variety of Islam and then Christianity. And then by default, traditional religion. As we will learn, African traditional religion is it's a basic religion. You can't move away from that religion. Okay. Who hasn't spoken yet? Emmanuel Apieje.
Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm at Sunyane Center.
Sunyane, okay.
Yeah. RME major and 3 minor.
Okay. RME major, 3 minor. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You teach both your specializations, I hope. You teach both of your specializations?
Only RME.
Or you teach just one? So when you introduce yourself, just quickly introduce whether you are doing RME or not. Okay. And if you're not doing RME, I mean, if you're not teaching RME, what can I teach you? That helps me to have a scope of the individuals I'm dealing with. Okay. Thank you very much, Emmanuel.
Okay, sir.
Okay, this is Emanuela. Emanuela Koche. Manuela, care to go next? Okay. I see a different icon for Emanuela. Okay, so Charles has raised his hand. Let's move to Charles and then we come to GT. So Charles.
All right, sir, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, my name is Charles Tete, and I'm at Koforidua Center, Ghana's, and offering RME as major and then 3 as minor. Currently, I'm not teaching. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you very much. So we now come back to Manuela Oche, if she's still available. If not, then we can move to Kitty. Kitty, sir.
Hello, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Sir, good morning.
Morning, madam.
Please, my name is Gifty Owusua Esa. I teach religion, and my center is also Training College, Watiku.
We also, okay.
Yes, please.
I think this is the first time, I mean, from the round of introductions, we've only had Sunyani, Kumasi, and Kufuridua. So this is something, a new introduction. Nice to meet you, Dixie.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Okay. Gloria T, how are you, madam? If Gloria is not ready, we can move to Isaac. Oh, Isaac has introduced herself. Michael Nyakon. Mr. Michael Nyakon. Okay. Subject who has introduced herself. Now, Abuachi. Got a Shadrach, right? Shadrach, who has introduced herself. Salima too.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, madam.
Please, I'm Salima to Mahmoud.
Salima
and
to
I'm
Mahmoud.
offering, yes, please. And I'm offering religion as my major and English as my minor. Currently, I'm teaching RME and history.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Salima. It's nice to meet you all.
Same here.
Okay, Illuminata has introduced herself. Sandra Emisa, you've introduced yourself, right?
Please, I'm the monitor for this session.
Oh, Sandra. Yeah,
Yes,
so this is our monitor, and she's monitoring us to be sure that we are teaching well and we are also learning well. Good morning again, Sandra. Okay, so Sandra Wachewa, you care to go? Sandra Wachewa. Okay. Yeah, Sandra.
Please, sir, I've introduced myself.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Sawatechi Cecilia, have you introduced yourself?
No, please.
Okay.
Cecilia Sawatechi, Sunyani Study Center.
Okay.
Offering religion major, English minor.
Okay. So are you currently teaching both of your specializations?
Doing my national service. Doing my national service.
Are you teaching?
Yes, please.
Okay. It's nice to meet you. Then I think the last one will be the last one will be Charles. Charles.
Please, I've introduced myself, please.
Sorry, I'm losing track of. Then Mr. Buid, who I'm sure hasn't introduced himself.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Buid.
Please, I'm John Yalbodu.
Yeah, John Yalbodu.
Yeah, I'm offering religion major and English minor.
Okay. Are you teaching in both of your areas?
Come again, please.
Are you teaching in both of your areas, please?
Precisely.
I mean, currently, are you teaching both RME and then your other specialization?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much to all of you. It's nice to meet all of you. Like I said at the beginning of the session, I do this all the time. Want to break the ice, to have the clear idea of who we are and what we are about. Also to develop a kind of it's difficult to develop personal relationships over the internet, but we can try. And then by developing a form of personal relationship, it also helps me to engage more with you and the course as we move along. Okay. So that's the reason why we spent the last 20 minutes trying to introduce ourselves. And I'm also happy to observe that in the last 2 years or 3 years, I've been teaching this program. This is about the biggest class I've had over the past 3 years. Yes, this is about the biggest class. I see about 27 people, minus myself, and then Miss Elisa. We have about 27 people ordered for the program. So I look forward to a lot of interactions, especially in our group presentations, and then as we move along, any kind of presentations we decide to do together. Okay, so this morning I shared the course outline on the WhatsApp page. Who has seen that? I shared the course outline. Please, you can go back there to access it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to open the course outline, and then we'll go through, okay, to have a fair idea about what we are to expect from the course moving forward. So let me just try to share my screen now. Can you confirm if you can see my screen? Please, can you see my
No,
screen?
please. No, please.
Hold on. Hello? Did you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, my system went off. Still trying to share. I'm still trying to share the So if you can see my screen, this is the folder which contains all the documents we are to use for this program. Please, now do you see my screen? Do you see the course outline?
Yes, sir. We can see the screen.
Okay, so you see the course outline.
Yes, please.
No, yes. You can only see.
Pardon me.
Some of us can't see. We can only see this in the folders.
But not the course outline.
So
The
you have
course outline is,
highlighted the course outline.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm attempting to project the course outline onto the screen. It's telling me here that I'm sharing. You see it?
Yes, sir. We
Though
can
you
see
are
the
sharing
course
the
outline together
screen,
with the other units.
the other materials
Come
there, but
again.
you've not opened. We can see the course outline together with the other material, but you've not opened the file.
I've actually opened it. Okay. Okay, so this is taking too much time. Let me just go straight to the course outline, to the course content. I wanted us to go through the course outline unit by unit, so you have a fair idea. I hope you don't experience the same problem when I try to share the slides. So let me just try once more to share. Let's hope it works this time around. Did you see the course outline now?
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Great. Apologies for the hitches. Okay, so overall, we are supposed to go through we're supposed to go through about 7 units. 6 units, sorry. And the rationale behind this program is to attempt to introduce students to all the major religions we have in Ghana. So as we introduce ourselves, we have people like Alhaji reporting a background in Islam. Most of us reported backgrounds in Christianity. So by default, through our training, we receive huge doses of these 2 major religions. But whether we like it or not, we have a sort of affiliation to African traditional religion. And since you are teaching in communities where African traditional religious thought influences the way we do everything, it's important for us to have a clear idea about how the traditional African thinks and how he lays out his life religiously. So that's the basic reason why this course has been incorporated into programs such as this, including the regular program, the college certification universities. Now, I'll just jump and then go to the first unit. In the first unit, which we'll be doing today in a few minutes, we are looking at the term African traditional religion. So we will try to decouple the 3 terms as we are seeing it here and try to understand how the names bear on how the religion is practiced and the future of its assistance. Then, still as part of Unit 1, after understanding how the religion evolved from its name, we also move to explore some of the methods that have been used by scholars to study their religion. We'll browse about 5 or 6 of these methods before we settle on the most popular, which is called the phenomenological approach to the study of religion, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with that. So in Unit 2, we'll look at the primary and oral source of the religion, primary and secondary sources. What do we term primary source of the religion, and what constitutes the secondary sources of the religion? Before we interrogate worship, so how does African traditional person worship? What are the forms of worship that African tradition explores in trying to engage with the supernatural or the sacred? Then in 5, in 4, we look at rites of passage. This is a very popular concept. I look forward to a lot of familiarity from you when we come here. But we'll move a step further to look at it from the angle of African traditional religion, specifically some certain ethnic groups in Ghana. We also explore the nature of African traditional religion. So, in terms of worldview, how does African understand the world around him or her? Okay, and how does this worldview shape the way the African practices his or her religion? Then finally, we look at the goal of African traditional religion. Religion has a goal. For Christianity is internal life. Okay, so what is the goal of African traditional religion for anyone who practices the religion? So please go through the course outline at your own convenience. Most especially, try to understand the various words used to describe the various units. I'll also be sharing with you a course manual. And this course manual contains a line-by-line detail of each of the units we are to treat. That one will be shared with you in a few minutes. Then I also share the slides only after the lecture. I usually do that because sharing the slides throughout the lecture sometimes distracts the attention of students. And you can share your opinion with me if you agree or not. But for me, I prefer to share the slides after I've engaged with you on it. Okay. So, my friends, this is the course outline. Is there any questions about it? I can't see your screen, so if you want to talk, you can start talking. Any question about the course outline? Oh. So if there are no questions about the course, yeah.
So please, with regards to you sharing the slides whilst lectures are in progress, I think we would prefer you sharing the slides so that whilst we are listening, we can also be navigating through the material. Thank you.
Excuse me. Sorry. Was that Shadrach?
No, Adams Aziz.
Adams, yes. Okay, yes. Adams, I agree with you. But what last I said, I usually prefer to keep the slides till after the lecture, so that, like you said, whilst I'm presenting on the slides, I'll prefer that you be making notes on the presentations I make, rather than concentrating on your own version of the slide. But if anyone can second, does anyone agree to the sharing of the slide before the lecture?
Yes, sir. So I think that one really helps us to concentrate on what we are delivering.
Okay, so Adams and Rocky, you've won the argument. I'll share the slides before the lecture, but please, I would impress upon you to concentrate on the slides I share and then make notes from it rather than share your own slides and then get distracted. Okay. So for today, permit me to share the slides after the lecture. For our next meeting, I'll be sharing the slides before. Okay. Is there any other concern? Any other concern, please? Florence Akresi, I see your hand is raised. Did you want to say something? Florence Akresi, your hand is raised. Okay, Charles Tete.
All right, so thank you. Please, I want to ask regarding meeting days. Please, is it going to be only Saturdays, or we will be meeting on another day aside Saturdays?
So far, and Madam Isaac confirmed. So far, we are to meet on Saturdays. On Saturdays from 7 to 11, 5 hours, 4 hours. Okay, we have to meet and for the next 4 Saturdays from 7 to 11. However, I think we can think about organizing extra schedules when we find out that we need to clarify more content. So for now, let's try to work around the next 4 Saturdays. Okay. Let's try to work around the next 4 Saturdays from 7 to 11. And when need be, we will move further than that to cover more content. Yeah. Any other? Any other concern, please? Okay, I need a course rep. I need a course rep. This is a virtual engagement, but I find that I would need someone to coordinate some of the things we do over here. So I'll leave that to you guys. Okay, you are on the WhatsApp platform. Please put your head together and get me a course rep. All right. So that will help me in engaging with you offline and online as well. Okay. Good. So I'm moving straight to Unit 1. Let us start the lecture. Please, can you confirm if you see my screen?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Unit 1. For this part of Unit 1, we are going to dissect the main African traditional religion. Okay, African traditional religion. How did the name come about? Okay, and how does the name fall on the way the religion can be practiced between the religion and outside the religion? Okay, that's what we are going to do. Now, we can do a quick scan of all the major religions we have in the world. You agree with me that most of these religions were named by people from outside the religion. Okay, so I have to say, apart from Islam derived this name from the Holy Prophet Muhammad. outside Islam, religions like Christianity, okay, we looked at how the Christians practiced their way of life, and we assumed that they live their life like Christ. Therefore, they are called Christ-like people, Christians. Let us look at the Hindus of India. Hinduism was not given by Indians themselves. Okay, so through the interaction of Indians with the outside world, people like the colonizers, the British, give them the name Hinduism. Now, the same applies to African traditional religion. A critical look at the term African traditional religion will show that it wasn't named by Africans themselves. The name wasn't given by Africans themselves. Now, you agree with me that giving someone a name, okay, provides a certain level of authority or control over that person. So, in our everyday lives, when we give birth to our children, we give them names. And then when we give them names, we expect a certain kind of respect even after they mature into adults. Now, this goes to show the importance of naming someone, the one who names you, the kind of authority the person has over the one being named. Now, from that angle, I want us to move from that angle to how African traditional religion was derived its name. Now, let's take the first African. A lot of theories have been given about the way the name, where the name Africa derives from. Some argue that it derives from a group of people called the Berbers in Northern Africa. Others argue that it derives its name from the Latin word Africa, which means sun. Okay. Others also argue that the Romans, in trying to assert authority over their province, gave it the name Africa. So the Romans named that part of Africa. Now, a lot of arguments have been put across for the name Africa, but the basic fact is that Africans did not name the name Africa themselves. That is the first point I want you to understand. Africa does not derive from within Africa itself, but it derives from outside Africa through some of these theories that I've highlighted. Please, in the manual I'll send, you will get a detail, all the ways or the theories which claim to show how Africa derives its name. Okay, so don't worry so much about that now. So that is the first part. Africa does not derive its name from within Africa. 1. 2. When we mention the name Africa, in terms of African traditional religion, we are mostly referring to all the ethnic groups south of the Sahara. Okay, all the ethnic groups south of the Sahara. Because when you move out to North Africa, so when you look at the map of Africa, okay, so this is the map of Africa. North Africa will consist of the areas where the green pigment is very low, where the Sahara Desert is very prominent. So we have countries like Mauritania, we have Algeria, we have Morocco, we have Egypt. Now, when we mention African traditional religion,
Sir, please,
Africa,
we can see the screen.
You can see the screen.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please.
This one.
Alan,
Okay.
4 minutes or 3 minutes.
Okay, let me stop sharing and now share again. Please hold on for me. Please, you see the screen now.
No, please. Sir, we can see it now. It has come.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. So let me give me a minute. Okay, so please, let me just go over again. The term Africa, it does not derive from within Africa. A lot of theorists would suggest that the name Africa derives from outside Africa. Okay, through the interactions with African people outside world.
Just in about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. And then one fact we also need to understand is that when we make reference to the term African traditional religion, therefore the norms and values within the religion, we refer to the ethnic groups south of the Sahara. Okay, south of the Sahara. So all the countries beneath Mauritania, Mali, Niger, the Chad, and Sudan. In East Africa, in West Africa, in South Africa. When we refer to African traditional religion, we are referring to the ethnic of the Sahara. Why? Because North Africa for a long time has had a lot of deep relationships with Europe. Okay, now we know that a lot of our people travel to these parts of the world, Africa, so that they can cross into Spain and Italy. They are very close to Europe. They are fair skinned. There has been a lot of intermarriages. There's been a lot of cross-religious interactions. Therefore, the norms and values of the North African people has been very much diluted. Therefore, if you want to get the original version of African traditional religious belief system, you can find it only south of the Sahara. Okay, so that's also one thing we need to understand. If we make reference to, when we make reference to African traditional religion, we're making reference to the ethnic groups south of the Sahara, except south and those found in North Africa. Because of the reason I mentioned, the kind of interactions had with the people of Europe. Some people even don't, now even some people in North Africa don't even prefer to be called black. When we mention the term Black Africa, okay, sometimes if you go to a country like Algeria, Morocco, the Chad, and then you go and say Black Africa, they'll insult you. They'll tell you they're not African because they are fair skinned. So Black Africa, African traditional religion, we are referring to the ethnic groups south of the Sahara. That is a very important point you need to understand if you want to engage with the term African traditional religion. Excuse me. Are there any questions at this point, please? Please, if you have any questions at this point. Okay.
No, sir.
Okay, so Africa. That is it. Let us move to the term traditional. So we've engaged with the term Africa. Let us move to traditional. Now, the term traditional in African traditional religion can be seen along these angles. One, it is referring to any religion that originates from the native soil of Africa. So it tries to distinguish between religions like Christianity and Islam. These religions originated from outside Africa. But the use of the term traditional in the term African traditional religion just tries to distinguish a religion from other religions that emanated from outside Africa. Okay, that is the major distinction between used by the term traditional in African traditional religion. However, the term traditional a lot of scholars, a lot of individuals are very uncomfortable with the term traditional. Why? Because the term traditional is seen to be synonymous with retrogression, with the concept of non-enlightenment, with the concept of, as we call in the Akan language, procrastinating. So a lot of people prefer not to use the term traditional, but they try to use synonyms like indigenous. Okay, so when you say indigenous to replace traditional, it sort of creates a more modern version of the native African, rather than going to suggest that the African is retrogressive, that African is not enlightened. So although the term traditional is very important in distinguishing the religion from other religions in Africa, it also sometimes gives a negative connotation to suggest that the African is retrogressive, the African is not developed. Therefore, concepts like indigenous, as I've highlighted in the slide here, is used in place of traditional when referring to African traditional religion. So over here, I've tried to highlight the challenges in using the concept traditional. That it's gives the connotation that religion is an old religion. It's not developed. It's unenlightened. Okay. Then it's also important to understand that there have been cross-fertilization of ideas and practices. Okay. And therefore, it is important to show the original norms and values we have in Africa from those norms and values that have found its way to the African continent. Okay. So that is it. These are the challenges with using the concept traditional. It has a very important function of distinguishing the native religion from the foreign religions, but also gives a negative connotation to the religion as retrogressive. And therefore, to address this retrogression, the use of the term traditional, it is synonymized to use terms like indigenous. So when you read other literature, you may not find African traditional religion, but you may find indigenous African religion. That's a very popular concept, a popular term you will find across most of the books you find in African traditional religion. I'll pause here for questions, please. I'm pausing here for questions. So you can ask anything from what we've understood in the term Africa to what we are doing now in relation to the concept traditional. Okay, let's move on if there are no questions. Now we're moving to the last 10, religion or religion. So when it comes to the use of the term religion, in African traditional religion, there are two schools of thought. Okay, there are two schools of thought, and these two schools of thought run across the singular use of the term religion and the plural use of the term religions. Now let's move to the first school of thought. The first school of thought is that in relation to the use of the term religion, Africa is made up of thousands of indigenous groups. Okay, thousands of, even in Ghana, you can talk about the Akans, you can talk about the Bono, you can talk about the, well, Bono are part of Akans, you can talk about the Egbers, you can talk about the Usasis, you can talk about a lot of ethnic groups, even in Ghana alone. It is important to understand that there is a commonality among the beliefs and values that runs across all these ethnic groups. So, for example, if you take many ceremonies of the Egbers in Ghana, you will find similar rites performed for naming ceremonies among the gangs. Likewise, if you take death rites for the Ewe, it may be very similar to the death rites performed among their clans. So the argument is that since there is similarity among all the traditional rituals performed in Africa, we can assume that the religion is one. Therefore, let us use the term religion. So don't be confused by the many ethnic groups we have in Ghana. Don't be confused by the fact that these ethnic groups practice different religious beliefs. Just accept the fact that these religious beliefs are common among all the ethnic groups we have in the world, in Africa. Therefore, we should use the term religion, okay, to connote or denote at the term African traditional religion. So that's the first argument for the usage of the term religion in this singular form. Then there is also the second argument that we should use the term religions with the S. Why? Because there are lots of ethnic groups in Africa, and these ethnic groups practice their religious beliefs differently. So when you go to Kenya, the ethnic groups found in Kenya may be different. The way they practice their religion, the way they practice their worship, may be different from the way the Akan will practice his religious worship. Okay. Therefore, it is important to accept this diversity in the African cultures we have, and then use the term religions to explain the term African traditional religion. Now, a lot of scholars have aligned with either the usage of the term religion or the use of the term religions, and this is what causes some of the variations in how the name is used. If you go to certain books, they refer to it as African traditional religion. If you go to certain books, they refer to the religion as religions. It is because of this argument in whether there's a similarity in the way we practice our religion or the differences that exist in the way we practice the religion. All right. So basically, these are the nuances. These are the kind of arguments you will find if you try to understand the concept African traditional religion. Let me give you a quick review. So the concept Africa. The first thing you need to understand is that the argument is the name Africa was not given by Africans themselves. It was given from outside Africa. That's one. Two, when we refer to the concept African traditional religion, we are referring to religions south of the Sahara. We refer to religions south of the Sahara. So let me refer to the map as you see it. All the cultures beneath North Africa will constitute what we refer to as African traditional religion. Then three, when we talk of Black Africa, okay, when we talk of Black Africa, when we talk African traditional religion, we may not refer to the religions in North Africa because these peoples have engaged with Europe over the centuries, and therefore some of their religious beliefs have either been eroded, okay, or supplanted. Therefore, if you want the originality of the religion in Africa, you need to come to the ethnic groups south of the Sahara. That's for Africa. Then the concept traditional. The term traditional, as I explained, is used to distinguish between religions that evolve or emanate from African soil, this is African traditional religion, and religions that come from outside Africa. So traditional helps to make that distinction. However, despite the utility, despite the usefulness of the term traditional, it still presents a challenge. The challenge is that a lot of people are comfortable with it. They see the term traditional to connote retrogression, to connote something that is archaic, to connote something that is old. Okay, therefore, to solve that problem, he argued that the white man himself will not use the term traditional, but he will use the term indigenous to refer to the indigenous religions of his area. So, for example, when you go to Canada, okay, when you go to Australia, when you read most of the literature, you will not find a white man using the term traditional, because the traditional is found to be negative. They prefer to use the term indigenous. They prefer to use the term indigenous. Great. Now, moving forward, religion or religions. Do we use the singular form or we use the plural? Those who argue for the singular form, I say that there's a similarity in practice for all the religious beliefs in Africa. There's a similarity in practice. Therefore, that similarity should produce a singular form of the term religion. On the other hand, the argument is that there are differences in the way the religion is practiced. There are clear differences in the way the religions are practiced among the many ethnic groups in Africa. Therefore, let us use the term religions to explain the religions of Africa. Okay. So that ends our discussion for this part of the unit. Any questions, please? Are there any questions, please?
Sir, please, with regards to using the word traditional,
Please, can you speak louder?
Okay, thank you. So I said with regards to the word tradition, the word traditional, is it only Africans who frown against that word because it sounds like Africans are retrogressing, or the other people too, they also frown against that term?
Please, can you come again?
I said, with regards to the use of the word traditional, is it only Africans who frown against using that word because it symbolizes retrogression, or all the other people too? I mean, the non-Africans, they also don't use the term because of the same reason.
Okay, so this question will bring a lot of clarity. Thank you. It's both. It's both-sided. Africans themselves are offended, especially the scholars are offended when we use the term tradition for them, because, like you indicated, it signifies retrogression. Likewise, the white man, when you go to Europe, when you go to other parts, when you go to the US, you will hardly find the use of the term traditional, because it connotes negativity, it connotes retrogression. And so it's two-sided. Africans themselves are offended. The white man himself will prefer not to align with the use of the term traditional. Yeah.
Thank you
so
very
any
much.
other questions? Thank you very much, sir. Yeah.
Welcome, sir.
Do you want
Sir,
to make
please,
a
I want
follow-up?
you to throw more light. Yes,
Okay.
please. Not on this thing, but I want you to throw more light on the religion and religions. That aspect, I'm a little bit confused.
Okay. Okay. So the name used is African traditional religion, right? That is a more popular version of what we know. But
Yes, sir.
others also prefer to use the name African traditional religions, but they believe that if you use the term religion, it does not represent the many religious beliefs as expressed by the many religious groups in Africa. Okay, so the use of the term religion will not be representative enough of how the African, in the various different ways, practices his or her religion. However, if you use the term religions, it would represent the many different religious beliefs practiced by different ethnic groups in Africa. So let's take Ghana alone. Let's take Ghana as a continent. Let's assume that we have 20 ethnic groups in Africa. Now, these 20 ethnic groups have their own religious beliefs and practices. The first argument is that these 20 ethnic groups, even though they have different religions, even though they are different ethnic groups, they are similar in the way they practice their religious beliefs and practices. So let us use the term religion for the different 20 ethnic groups. Then another argument will come out that no, these 20 ethnic groups practice their religions differently. They practice their religions differently. There is not much commonality. There is not much similarity in how these 20 ethnic groups practice their religion. So, excuse me, let us not use the term religion. However, let us use the term religions to represent how differently these 20 ethnic groups practice their religion. Please apply that argument to our understanding of how religion and religions is supposed to be used in Africa. I hope I've explained myself well. Please, are you okay?
Please, thank you very much, sir.
The one who asked the question, are you okay, or you need further explanation?
Sir, I'm okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, good. So let's move to the next unit. Okay, so also as part of the unit 1, we are to engage with other aspects of the religion, such as the history, the development, and the membership of the religion. Okay, so now when we refer to the history of the religion, it is a very difficult area to engage with, because African traditional religion has always been an oral religion, meaning that the religion has always been passed on by word of mouth. Now, we are very familiar with the concept of the fireside, where in the past, old folks would gather young ones around them and then teach them the history of the ethnic group. We also have that in our practice of African traditional medicine, where a novice will learn from its master through practice and word of mouth. Okay, so when we refer to the history of the religion, it is difficult because we were not putting our history down on pen and paper. We're not putting our history down on paper. That's the first thing we need to understand with the history. That history in African traditional religion has always been oral until the coming of the white man, when he helped us to develop our syllabi, and then be able to start writing down our history. And let me throw this question to you. Considering that our religion has always been oral, in terms of history, okay, what are some of the challenges that this presents to us? What are some of the challenges that the oral history of our religion presents to us?
So please come again.
Okay. So I'm saying that our history has always been oral, right? We've always passed down our history. Now, when I mention history, when I refer to history, I'm talking about the beliefs and practices of Africa. We've always passed down our beliefs and practices by word of mouth. We didn't write, we didn't have a way of writing. We're not writing our history until the white man came. Now, what are the challenges this presents to the African? What are the challenges that the fact that we're not writing presents to Africans? I don't see the screen, so please you can start talking if you want to contribute.
All right, sir. Thank you. This is Charles. I think some of the challenges that brought to us was that most of the things the indigenous Africans were saying were not based on fact, because there was nothing to prove whatever they were saying. So, or most of those things became a mere saying with no fact to back whatever they are saying. I think this is one of the challenges it faced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charles. So, Charles, you are giving this opinion because the religion wasn't written down. So, Charles, let me give you a scenario. You are in a room with a friend, okay, and then something happens. I don't want to be specific. Something happens in the room, but you don't have anything to write what happened down. But you have your senses. You saw what happened. You remember what happened through your memory, and you have your mouth to report it. So the two of you go somewhere, or you're called to the chief's palace, and the chief asks you to recount what happened in the room. Then you start talking. Then one of the chiefs out there says that no, they want you to show a recording of what's happened in the room, or they want a recorded version. They want you to show that you wrote something, or they want you to present something to show that you wrote something down to report what happened in the room. Then you're not able to present a recorded version of what happened in the room. Does this make your report invalid? Does the fact that you are unable to present a recorded version of what happened in the room, does that fact make your report invalid? Charles, can you help me to answer that question?
So it doesn't make it invalid, but it makes it very difficult to be believed. Let's assume that you says that okay, this happened, and then another person also says, oh nah, it is not this, it is rather a different thing that happened. So let's assume we are in the room I am in a room with someone, and then we are the only people in the room, and someone comes, and then one person says like, oh, I saw Charles took the food from the fridge, and I'm like, no, I didn't take the food from the fridge. It was you who took the food from the fridge. So now it is two different things altogether.
Yeah.
Even though whatever you are all saying is not invalid, but now who is speaking the truth?
Yeah.
Okay, so it will take some time. It will take some investigations to prove that indeed what Charles is saying is the truth, or what maybe Adams is saying is rather the truth. and
Yes.
then we will all be finding difficult to answer certain things. I think.
Yeah, so Charles, that is the issue.
Sir, please, can I come in small?
Yes, please, you can come in small.
So, in addition to what my brother Charles said, so it throws a lot of questions with regards to the authenticity of the report that he gave.
My brother, can you speak closer to your mic?
Yes, I said with regards to the issue of Charles, if he's not able to provide any concrete evidence, it throws a lot of questions with regards to the authenticity of his report.
Yeah.
So there will be a lot of questions, and it will be difficult for people to believe in it because there is no fact.
Very good. Very good. So I like your usage of the term authenticity. Authenticity. And that is the problem facing African traditional religion. For a long time, we were not writing down our history like the Christians did. Okay, like the Muslims did. At least they wrote down their histories. They have the Quran, they have the Bible, the Hindus have the Vedas. But the African indigenous person, in most of his cultures, was not putting down his religion. So when the African attempts to report his history, okay, through word of mouth, people have challenges accepting it. And that was the challenge in studying the history of African traditional religion. That's why I used the scenario of two people being in a room, and then Charles went ahead to explain using the true story. It's all about authenticity. How do you prove something when you don't have evidence? How do you prove something when you only claim to have received it by word of mouth from history? Okay, and this is what we'll be studying in Unit 2 when we look at the methods used in the study of the religion. Because the religion wasn't written down, because the history of the religion wasn't written down, a lot of methods evolved. A lot of methods came about to help the scholar find a way of studying the religion in the first place. Because the DNA home makes mankind. There was nothing available to the white man for him to study the religion. Okay, so in terms of history, the orality of the religion has always been a problem. Now, we also have some theories on the origin of the religion. How the religion starts.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry for interrupting. So,
no,
let's say if Africans, let's say if they were able to put something down in the form of a writing, the religion of we Africans could have been also accepted like that of the religions in India, Buddhism, and the other religions where it is being accepted without a lot of questions. Can we say that?
Yeah, we can say that. And not only accepted outside Africa, even within Africa itself, even within Ghana. How many of us would proudly say that we go home to engage with some of the rituals we practice? African traditional religion is one of the most bastardized religions in the world. And then one of the main categories of people who bastardize religion are Africans ourselves. This is the young people. Okay, because of the kind of peace that is attached to the religion. So yes, if we had written a religion down, it would have been easier to accept our religion and probably even easier to convert other people to the religion. Yes. Thank you very much. Any other question?
Sir, please, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, so on how the religion came about, this is another very difficult aspect of scholarly work. when we refer to African traditional religion, because who can pinpoint when his or her own ethnic religion started? For example, I'm a Fanti, I'm from Elmina. I'm very sure that if I go to any of the elders of this town and I go to tell them, I go and ask, please, can you show me when the Elmina traditional religion started? It will be a very, very difficult endeavor. Okay. So there are two theories that come up when we talk about the origin of the religion. The first one is that no one founded the religion. And are all popular JS and SQT popularize this concept. He argues that African traditional religion evolved. African traditional religion came about as a result of the collective experiences. Okay, the collective experiences that we have amassed over the centuries. So we've gone through famine, we've gone through wars, we've gone through different trials and tribulations. Now, through all these experiences, we develop our religion as we go along. That is how a group of scholars who belong to the non-founded theory argue that African traditional religion came about. Then there's another second group. They suggest that no, there are founders of the religion. So, for example, when you go to the Ashantis, they can refer to Konfanochi. When you go to Elmina, they can refer to Namabenya. When you go to the Evers, they can refer to Chali. Okay. So when you go to every ethnic group, the existence of legends, the existence of very, very important people suggests that there can be a starting point of the religion. They cannot only evolve from our collective experiences, as the other school of thought argues. However, African traditional religion, upon careful review of some of these ethnic groups, will show that it has African traditional religion has some founders. Okay. Any questions with the two arguments? The founded theory and the non-founded theory. So we are looking at how it is believed that African traditional religion started. The first argument is that African traditional religion has no founders. It has no starting point. Rather, it's evolved from our collective experiences, okay, of how we believe the world should be. And the second argument is the founded theory says that no, when you go to particular ethnic groups, and I've given examples in Ghana here, there are certain personalities who you cannot talk about certain religions without talking about them. You cannot talk about African tradition, you cannot talk about the Ashantis without talking about Konfanochi. You cannot talk about the Evers without talking about Tichali. Okay, so therefore, there are founders in the religion. All right, and the other examples of other African cultures, like the Nubian and the Shilluk, who also have certain founders who are particular to them. So that is about the theories of the founding of the religion. Any questions, please? Any questions, please? Okay, so we've looked at the history of the religion. We've looked at the theories about how the religion started. Now we are looking at the development of the religion. What are some of the factors that influenced and shaped the development of the religion? Okay, the first one is the historical factors. For example, colonialism. Now, colonialism came with its own baggage of Christianity, and in other parts of Africa, Islam. Okay, so these are religions that came from outside Africa, Christianity and then Islam. However, you can find the influence of Islam, okay, on certain aspects of African traditional religion. You can find the influence of Christianity on certain aspects of the religion. A very clear example is how we practice medicine. Before the coming of Islam and Christianity, African traditional medicine was the main route, okay, was the main approach used in preventing and curing diseases. But Christianity came with the Orthodox medicine, okay, and Orthodox medicine is now the first point of call when the African wants to understand why he or she is sick. Now, this is even arguable because whilst others will refer to the Orthodox medicine as the first point of call, others will also go to the spiritual dimension. Okay, others will also go to the spiritual dimension to try and understand the causes of disease and illness. So over here, what we can draw out is that even though Christianity and Islam, I'm sorry, I've had this cold for almost a week now, and then it's now ending in a cough. Well, the interactions. So, as I was saying, even though Christianity and Islam have had a kind of influence on their religion, we can also say that African traditional religion has also had some influence on Christianity and Islam. Because if a local person, if a person would go first to the imam, will go first to the traditional priest to go and find out about the cause of their religion, even before entering into the Orthodox medicine, it shows how we try to balance our engagement with the Orthodox medicine and then alternative medicine. Then secondly, certain individuals, okay, certain individuals have also had a huge influence on their religion. And over here, you cannot ignore Okonfanochi. Okay, you cannot ignore Okonfanochi. Then we can also ignore Shango. Now, Shango is known as the god of thunder. Shango of the Yoruba, he was known to be a king, but he was also said to be very wicked. And there was a coup against him, and he was ousted. Okay. Now, when he was ousted, and then they lived outside the community. They believed that Shango and his people were mocked. Now, when they were mocked, the king, Shango himself, out of shame, hanged himself and died. Okay, but as a form of retribution, for those who were mocking the followers of Shango, they laid a curse of thunder. So whenever you mocked Shango, thunder would strike you. And that is how Shango, who was known to be a very wicked king, evolved to become an important personality such as the god of thunder. We have Konfanochi. Okay, we know the stories about Konfanochi, how he conjured the golden stool. We know about his importance in laying out the rules and edicts of the Ashanti traditional religion and all that. We can also talk about the importance of the Holy Prophet Muhammad, okay, and peace be unto him, and how he contributed to Islam. I mean, we can talk about a lot of individuals in the various religions and how all of these contributed to Islam, to their religions. We can also talk about Akhenaton. Some of us are very familiar with this story. Akhenaton. So this was an Egyptian king who is said to have introduced the worship of one god. Okay, so before that in Egypt, polytheism was the rule of the day, the worship of many gods. But he is said to have introduced monotheism into it. So that makes him an important contributor to the development of the religion. So in terms of the development, colonialism contributes to the development of the religion. Individuals also have contributed, and individuals, you need to reference how they contributed to the development of the religion. Let me pause here. Can I get some kind of contributions from those of you in the northern region, from those of you in Kufuria, Accra, and all that? Those of you in the Bono region, can you give us a short introduction of any individual who is believed to have contributed a lot to the development of the local religion in your area? Can anyone help us with that? I also got some introductions from the airways. I would love to hear what you know about how individuals like Tichali. I'm told that when you say Tobe Tichali, it's redundant, it's repetitive. So you say Tichali. How did someone like Tichali contribute to the development of the religion? Okay. Over here, I can talk about Nana Benya. When it comes to Omina here, we have what we call the Benya Lagoon, we have the Benya Shrine. Okay. Now this was a king of Omina in olden times, and he contributed a lot in terms of the laying down of laws, in terms of how we should practice our religion. He contributed a lot to these developments, and therefore he's remembered through some of these things that have been labeled against him, labeled for him, the lagoon and then the shrine. So anyone with any contribution? So Illuminata, where are you from?
The north.
Which part of the north?
Tamale.
Okay. So you are a Dagomba, right?
No, please.
What are you?
I'm an Anufo, but I grew up with the Bombers.
You are a what?
Anufo.
Anupo. Okay.
Yes.
Why is that in the northern region? Which
Northeast.
town?
Cherponi.
Oh, okay. So Illuminata, in Cherponi, is there any important historical figure who contributed to the development of the religion or the local area?
Well, so now I can't tell you. I'll be able to tell you about the Bombers because I grew up with them.
With the Dagombes, okay.
Yeah. So they have a man they call Twaje, the Red Hunter.
They call him who?
Twaje,
Okay.
which means Red Hunter.
Red Hunter, okay.
It was believed that he was a hunter at the early days of the kingdom.
Okay.
So during the early days, there was some animals that always come to scare the people.
Okay.
So this Red Hunter went into the bush for hunting. Then he was able to conquer that animal that always distracts the peace of the people.
Okay.
So from there, when they are counting their heroes through the traditional religion, they count Twaje as one who helped them to gain their freedom and to settle war.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Illuminata. I like the way you presented it. So usually these individuals help to their contribution is always indispensable. these are contributions without which the community wouldn't have survived. So for all you know, this wild animal who was defeated by the red hunter, was something that was really disturbing the community. Now, when you hear stories about these things, you hear that it's usually a python that was swallowing young kids or who were going to swim. It's about a lion who was killing both livestock and human life. Okay. Now, the question you ask yourself is, are some of these stories true? My answer is yes. I believe some of these things are very true. I believe that the only untruth about them are the kind of, in certain times, mythical stories that we attach to them. But the starting points are always true. Okay. So, Limnata, thank you very much. Can we get someone from the Bono region? Alhaji Sadiq. Alhaji, are you there with us?
Yes, please.
Alhaji, are you from the Bono region?
Yes, please.
Okay. So, do you have anything you can report about an important historical figure who contributed to the development of the religion, therefore can be called a founder?
No, please.
Okay. Anyone else? Let's go to the airways. I got some introduction from the airways. Please, anyone? Can anyone share with us? Because through some of these stories, we can also get in. Now, one thing you should also know is that when you are writing your exams, okay, usually if the question is about 20 marks, or it's about 20 marks, about 3 marks comes out of the examples you give. The examples you give support your point. Now, in this case, the marker cannot claim to understand or cannot claim to know all the examples you give about your religion. But it goes into marking the script. So if I'm marking your script and you tell me that there is a figure called the Red Hunter among the Dagombas who helped in developing the religion, I can verify and then mark for you. Okay, so let us share, when we come for the lecture, let us share some of these examples, and this can help us in also preparing for our quizzes and our exams. Okay, so any other person to share with us? I'm still on the airway, people. I like Charlie so much. I want you to say something about talking to Charlie. Or any other person who is believed to have contributed to the development of the airway state. Okay, let's move on. So membership. Okay, in relation to membership, the first point is that one, African traditional religion is not a religion that goes out to convert people. It doesn't go outside Africa to convert people. Therefore, it is not a missionary religion. It is not a missionary religion. It is only concerned with its natives and how they can practice their religion. Now, by default, we are all African traditional religious people. Can anyone raise their hand to tell me if he or she wasn't named to the African traditional religion? Aberdeen to name is
Say, come again.
Can anyone over here indicate whether he or she wasn't named through the religious naming rights? I think we can all say that when our parents organized a naming ceremony for us, where they used water and alcohol or any soft drink to welcome us into this world. Can anyone show me, tell me, if he or she didn't go through the traditional learning right?
Yeah. Sir, please, Adam Daddy is here. Sir, please, I didn't go through that.
Oh, you didn't go through that. Are you married?
No, sir.
You're not married. Okay.
No, sir.
But when you marry, when you decide to marry, you would go through the traditional marriage right?
So I'll go to the Islamic tradition.
Yes, but before you go to the Islamic tradition,
so say with regards to the Islamic tradition, we have like a way that we do it that is different from that of the tradition. We have our own way of doing it. So that one too is different from that of the traditional distance, but it has some similarities too, but it's different.
Yes, so there may be some incorporations from the local traditional right. Okay, and without those, so you can agree that the traditional rights of the car, receiving the car or part of the car will not only constitute the traditional African living right and traditional African marriage right. Okay, they may just be some similarity. But if you want to even do the ordinance, they would ask if you have the traditional rights, right? And these traditional rights are a composition of elements of the local traditional marriage. Let me use the Christianity as an example. Why are we saying that we are all African traditional religions by default? When we give birth, we name our children using African traditional religion.
So it's like
in certain instances, when we come of puberty, we use the puberty rights to introduce our young people into adulthood. Especially for Christians, without the local marriage rights, we cannot proceed to conduct the ordinance. Okay. When we die, when it's time for us to die, look at what is happening to that in Lumba. Look at the authority being asserted by the Bishop. Look at how they are all claiming authority. But if they're able to perform the local funeral rites, they have the right to inheritance. If they're able to show that they went into the local marriage, you have the right to bury your husband. You have the right to inheritance. So that's the reason why the two women are fighting. It's not about they are not fighting because they want to go to their related. They are fighting because they want the right to carry out the final funeral rites of and therefore claim. Let me go back to my point here. My point is that even though we claim Christians, and then at one point or another in our lives, we refer to the African traditional religion to help us to carry out certain rituals. And that is why we say that we are members of the religion by birth, or we are members of the religion by default. So we are also members of the religion because in the fourth point, we are still tied to, in terms of family, extended and the nuclear, we we are tied to, we have family ties, which tie us to certain rituals and beliefs that are practiced in our local communities. For example, in Amina here, we have what we call it Ednagonia. Now, Ednagonia, every year, what they do is that families gather and they pour libation to remember every dead member of the family. They pour libation to remember every dead member of the family. And my father used to travel all the way from Akusomo every year to come and participate in this ritual. Let us put aside this ritual in my hometown. Even festivals, even though we are Muslims and Christians, don't we travel to our hometowns to participate in local festivals? You do. So, for the kind of tie membership, we have a question.
Yes. So please, are we to believe, according to what you are saying, that because we find ourselves in communities where we practice extended family system, and also in some way some of our traditions, let's say naming ceremony, are being done according to the indigenous way, that should we conclude that because of that we are partially or part? Is it what you are saying?
We are what? We conclude that we are what?
We are partially part of the indigenous religion.
Yes, sir. Because if you're not part of the religion, why do you practice some of their religion? If I'm not a Muslim, okay, why would I go to them, tell them to bless my marriage for me? If I'm not an African traditional religious person, why would I go to the bush and say, tell him to come and name my child for me? If I don't belong to my African traditional religion, why would I go to my grandmother and tell him that my daughter has come of age, my daughter has achieved enough, therefore take it, for example, my sister. So my point here is that yes, we can continue to act in many ways that we are not African traditional people. We're not African traditional religious people, or that we don't belong to African traditional religion. However, we continue to peeks and glances at the religion. We continue to steal peeks and glances at the religion across the lifespan. When we come to the what do you call it? Rites of passage in unit 3 or so, unit 3 or 4, we would as we would come to understand how we continue to ascend to African traditional religion. Yeah, so that is what I'm trying to say. And I'm making this argument based upon this example.
Yeah, yes. Understand, you know.
So the one
looking at the looking at the previous course we did under religious studies, during the first block. Now we are viewing the study of religion from epoch and that of eidetic. So I'm not trying to be let's say because I'm a Muslim. No. I'm just trying to understand the scope. Maybe I said the first course that we did under religion, you know, introduction to religious studies. Now, as students of religious studies, we view the study of religion under ethic, where we use our beliefs to like when we are learning, we learn it general. We don't learn in order to make judgment or But what I'm trying to say is that in this perspective, I believe from what I've learned from Christianity and that of Islam. I know Islam they believe that Islam started when the first man was. So everything that is being done by it started since the first man was born. So our naming ceremony, our whatever is what Islam teaches. Now, if maybe there is a festival, maybe I'm a Dagomba and I'm attending maybe Damba festival, and I'm a Muslim but I'm attending it. For that one, the person is striking the balance between his Islam and that of what the traditional descent. But someone being a fundamental Muslim who understands that Islam started time memorial when the first man was born, how things were done, it started there up to date. Can I also argue that things started from onset when the first man was created? So maybe Muslims, we do things according to Islam, but not according to the traditional way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, so the argument we can't give it. The argument about being an African traditional religious religion an African traditional religious person by default is much stronger in the case of Christianity and less weaker when with reference to Islam. Because in many ways, like you've shown, Islam tends to derive everything from the Arabian culture. Okay, so like you said, you can find very little elements of the local African traditional religious religion in the Islamic culture, in the Islamic religion. However, you can see it much stronger in Christianity. Okay, in the case of the Muslim, you can choose to do court wedding or do them without having them a traditional marriage. But in the case of Christianity, you need a traditional marriage right to proceed to the marriage by all means. Okay, so yes, I agree with you. The argument is much weaker. Okay, if you want to argue about being an African traditional religion, a Muslim would have difficulty arguing to have any kind of affiliation with African traditional religion, but it will be much easier for a Christian because the Christian continues to refer to most aspects of the African traditional religion. But let me also ask you a question. In Islam, I know that you have your own burial rites. You bury the person on the same day, right? Usually, Muslims are buried on the same day or within a few days of them. Is there any kind of traditional rites from the local tradition that is used in the burial rites?
So, as you said, depending on the situation in Islam, we were taught to bury our dead as soon as possible, depending on the situation. You know, some situations where it demands some investigation, that's when maybe we have to hold but it demands we burying the person as soon as possible. After the burial, quoting from what the Prophet, may peace be upon him, taught we Muslims, that after burying the dead, the next tradition that is required is for us, those who are alive, to supplicate for the person. He didn't state that 1 week time we should supplicate, gather, cook, call people, do this, or maybe do any function, or maybe 1 year or 40 days as people do. But for the strict Islamic principle, as we were taught, immediately after the burial, we are allowed to pray for the person. But it was not specific within a week or a day. You can pray for the person all the time. But the traditions we see, where after burial, people gather in maybe 2 weeks' time, 40 days' time, to maybe cook food, invite loved ones to come around so that maybe they do gather and pray for the person. That one was invented in Nigeria. It was Nigerians who started that, not originated from Islam. So that one is from Nigeria. It was a Nigerian culture where in Ghana here we've adopted it.
Okay, so that is my point, my dear friend. My point is that.
Hello, sir.
Yes, madam.
I don't know where he's coming from, though I'm not a Muslim. But in the northern part, what I know is that before they marry, they still pay bride price. And bride price was there before religion came. So you can't just marry without bride price. And before you even pay the bride price, if the child is the girl is being raised by the auntie cannot pick the bride price. They have to direct you to the father. Then the father will also now give his go ahead before they can pick the bride price. That's what I know within the Muslims in the northern Ghana where I live. And when it comes to naming too, I learned when they are naming on the 7th day, they shave the child's hair. So the shaving, I don't know whether that is what the older people were doing before Islam came, or the shaving is part of the Islamic practice. Then the funeral he's talking about. Here, when someone died, the Sunnah people would do 3 days. After 3 days, they will gather and pray, and that ends it. Everybody goes their way. Then there is another group of Muslims who will do the 7 days. They'll do 3 days, do 7 days, then 40 days, then the funeral ends. We live with them. So I don't know which is which. That's where we see the tradition is blended with the religion.
Yeah, so
and he's
thank you
talking
very
purely
much.
on Islam.
So, my sister, sir, please, kindly let me respond. My sister, thank you very much for raising this point. Thank you.
Okay. Please, can I come in?
Please.
So,
please, I'm John.
Okay.
Sir, please, I just want to reply to what my sister said. I want my sister to understand that religion is not last in terms of its arrival. Traditional worship didn't come before religion. It's one of the misconceptions we have, that before religion. Now, before religion in Ghana, but not religion in general. Are you getting it? But Islam, as I told you, Islam started when the first
Where I am living, where I am living, that's what I'm telling
Hello,
you.
sir.
Yeah, okay.
Before
So,
religion
I'm
got
sorry.
here.
Hello.
Let's take
Hello.
and
Hello.
Yes, please. Yes, hello.
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 You see, the guy who is speaking says that concerning what we've learned in religious studies, we've learned that we have our epoch where you put your faith or your belief aside. But now that is what he's rather doing. He's rather considering Islamic religion whilst we are studying African traditional religion. He's rather considering Islamic religion, bringing his belief and his faith in Islam into this discussion. So I think he's delaying the class.
Yeah, we are deviating, so let's continue.
Yes, we've learned that you put your faith aside. You put your faith aside, and now you are bringing your faith and your religion into this.
Okay.
Please,
So,
may I come in?
Let me just come in. Let me just come in before the next.
In religious studies, you have to understand, and you have to
please let me come.
You have to understand, respect your conclusion.
I mean, please. Let me come in. Oh no, hold on. Let us not go there. Hold on. Now, let me just say this. Religion is a very controversial issue. We can be very passionate about how we express our ideas about religion, but we are scholars. We are all scholars. And in trying to counter someone's argument, or in trying to add on, let us, as much as possible, try to avoid any personal sentiments. Okay, that's the first thing. Two, the whole discussion is about whether Islam in its practices is incorporating any element of the local religion. That's the whole point. Hello? Did you hear me? Yeah. So the whole
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. So the
Yes,
whole point
we can hear you. We can hear you, but the truth is that there's no religion that doesn't have any form of African traditional religion, because we were practicing that African traditional religion before those religions came, and when they came, they also built up of what we were doing small before they introduced this to us. So no matter what, there is some iota of African traditional religion in all the religions.
Okay. So
Because we were praying through stones to God, and they came and they told us that praying to God, you have to go straight to God. So there's something African traditional religion in all the religions.
Okay. So yeah. So my point. So my point is that.
So that's the point we're willing to understand. That's the point we're willing to understand. I'm not condemning what people do here, but I was trying to understand it from the perspective. We have to draw a line where there are similarities, and there are a lot of things we say. As you said, they came and met you while we were worshiping idols, right? Very good. So when you were during the idol worship, what was Islam there? That's what I want you to understand. So that's why I said that when the first man was created, that is when that's what I want you to understand. Me, I want to just understand it point blank.
Okay, so let's do it this way. Can we do it?
These are the similarities. We are all learning. I'm not trying.
Hold on. Please, can you all hold on, please?
Please, can I come in?
Yeah, you will come in. Please hold on. Please, when we want to talk, can you raise your hand for? You can raise your hand. You can indicate when you look on your screen. There's a portion where you can raise your hand. Then I'll call you. But when you continue to interject and cut in when someone is talking, either your point is not made, or you eclipse someone's attempt to make a point. Okay. So please let us not. Who was talking now?
Thank you.
Yeah. So my point is that we are trying to argue whether there are certain traces of the local African traditional religion in Islam.
Sir, please, it was Adams.
Adams. Okay. And then Illuminata. Illuminata, are you there? Illuminata gave about 3 or 4 examples.
Say.
Illuminata gave about 3 or 4 examples about how she sees certain traces. Okay, certain traces. So, not the totality of African traditional religion. She sees certain traces of African traditional religion in Islamic practices. It doesn't mean that the people are not Muslims. Okay, now, so let me move to those who have raised their hand. Aziz, did you want to say something?
Thank you very much, sir. That is the point I was trying to raise. If you look at the Islamic civilization in Africa here, when Islam was introduced, there are a lot of things that were done by the traditionalists that was in line with Islam. So those things that were in line with Islam, they didn't frown against it. It was part. They were having cultures that was in line. That's where I wanted to end, and my brother misunderstood me. So I'm not saying that there are things that we don't have any similarity, but the issue of maybe festivals and naming ceremony, I was trying to say that Islam is having a way of doing it. So maybe if you see some Muslims maybe doing it according to maybe how the Akans or how the Dagombes do it, that is the culture, but it's not necessarily Islam. I don't know whether my point is clear. I don't know whether it's like I couldn't express myself, but I don't know whether you understand me.
You're making your point, but your point is raising more questions. Aziz, religion is culture. Culture is religion. So you're talking about are you accepting the fact that you will find certain traces of the African traditional religion embedded in the religious practices. You agree that you will find certain traces.
Example that was cited.
So do you accept the
Yes, sir, but
examples
not the example that was cited
by Luminata? I'm not living there. I don't know, but I want because she mentioned about 3 or 4 examples. Okay, and in the example she mentioned, I want you to confirm or confirm whether yes, there are certain certain areas where you will find each place. For example, she mentioned something about the number of days used by certain ethnic groups, certain areas to practice death rights. We can go to that later. Let me go to Yabwedu.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Yabwedu, your hand was raised.
Yeah, please, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hello. Okay, I'll start my contribution by quoting Professor Nditi. He stated that Africans are incurably religious, in a sense that irrespective of Islam or Christianity and what have you, we still come back to our old system, one way or the other. And my typical example is that, for instance, if you are in a society and if by way of chance there's a flood or whatever, and unfortunately, if a Muslim or a Christian person, his or her son happen to be in that situation, so irrespective of the religion that you belong to, automatically, at the end of the day, libation is supposed to be poor before you can either take the deceased person or whatsoever. So one way or the other, we are all incredibly religious in the sense that we all come back to African traditional religion, as you were saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yabwedu. That's a very popular the African being incredibly religious. Okay, Ahaji.
Yes, sir. Please, I think we are dealing with the membership here.
Yes, sir.
And my submission is that there are certain things that we may find among the Muslim communities that may also in line with the traditional religious groups. For instance, let's say funeral celebration. In Islam, the Holy Prophet of Islam is reported to have said that anything that you find among the traditional religious groups, any ritual or any kind of values that is being practiced, and then it does not conflict with the teachings of Islam, and then you as a Muslim person who belong to that particular group or particular family, you have the right to also practice that kind of norms with the traditionalists. For instance, if somebody dies, definitely the person may be buried. So a Muslim can even take part in the burial service. After the burial, as my brother was saying, another activities that is seen as funeral celebration, as for that one, we frown against it, our face against it, or we turn our back against funeral celebration. But in another way, there are certain Muslim communities, certain sects, who also, after the burial, they also sit, even though Islam speak against it, but you see that kind of festivities or that kind of celebrations that is also in line with the traditional funeral celebrations. For instance, when somebody dies and after the burial, and then a Muslim group come together, whether let's say by 3 days, 1 week, or let's say 40 days, they group at a certain place, and then they say they are organizing a dua for the dead person after the burial, of which in Islam, the teachings of Islam is saying that after the burial, there shouldn't be anything of this nature. And then you see a Christian, or let's say traditionalist, celebrating a funeral celebration, or after the burial, they will also celebrate a funeral. And then after the burial in Islam, Muslims also will celebrate a funeral, naming it as an adua. I think that one, it is like Milo and Bonvita. They are the same. So in this sense, I can even find a sense of belongings here or membership here as far as traditional religion is concerned. In my candid opinion, when we bring all these two together, we can even put them in a scale and then balance them and see that as for this one, there are similarities among traditional practices and then certain Islamic practices. Even though in Quran or Hadith, we cannot find it in that, but we have adopted that kind of practices that were being done by our forefathers or the traditionalists before Islam came to our community or Islam was introduced into our community. That is one. The second thing is marriage ceremonies. When you go to certain part of the north, they have adopted Islamic way of marriage. No traditional marriage issue attached to it. But you see, we have different ethnic groups in Ghana here, as far as Ghana is concerned. When you come to Akan, or those in, let's say, Ashantis and Bonos, we practice the local rituals like Tiasena and so on and so forth. But after that, if you are a Muslim, you also go further to also fulfill the rituals in Islam before a marriage is solemnized.
Okay, so
or before a marriage is blessed. So in this sense,
Alhaji, let me chip in here. This ritual, this local ritual of the bonus you are referring to, you just referred to, what's the name?
According to, in the traditional setup,
yes,
or in
what's
Islam,
the name? No, in the traditional
that
setting.
is the dowry, the paying of the dowry. That's the payment of the dowry or the tiasena.
Aha. So that one, is it Islam?
That one is our traditional way.
Is it?
And
Yes.
Islam
So
doesn't
that
against
is
it.
Yes. So that is a
Islam doesn't against it. That is the point that I'm trying to raise. That if somebody has given birth to a daughter, and then you are going to request her hand in marriage, and then the father says that this is what I'll collect from you, being a Muslim. He has raised his daughter up to a certain level that you feel like getting married to her. And then when you are going in, then they will tell you that this is the way a manner this is the way you have to walk into our house and then request the lady from our hands. So they will allow you to go through the rituals before you can even get the lady to marry. And that kind of rituals that Muslims go or we do always, that one goes with the traditional way that our lecturer is talking about. So I see a kind of membership here as far as Islam and traditional practices, Islamic practices and traditional practices are concerned. In this way, Islam doesn't speak against it in our local practices here as far as marriage is concerned. But after that, we will go to the mosque and then do the Islamic way of marriage too, in attached to the traditional way of marriage. As for this one, it doesn't against Islam.
Yeah.
In my candid opinion, I think this is where a doctor is coming from.
Yeah, this is where the literature is coming from, and I align with the literature. Okay, and that is the point that Illuminata was trying to make. That's the point I believe Aziz is also trying to make. But Aziz is also saying that he doesn't agree with the argument that something like festivals, okay, are indicative of membership. That's what Aziz is saying. But we can all agree that from the examples that Alhaji just gave, from the examples Illuminata has given, and from the examples you already know, Islam allows a certain incorporation of local rituals in their religious beliefs and practices. And that is where I'm saying that we continue to align with the African traditional religion in relation to membership. You may not like the concept of membership. You may not like it because it's assumed that you are an African traditional religious person, but it is the truth. If you're not an African traditional religious person, why would you go? Why would you incorporate if you're not a membership by default? Why would you incorporate certain elements of their religion into your religion? That is my argument. Let me go to the next person who has raised their hand. I can't find the list anymore. Okay. Hope. Did you want to say something?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Hey, is it a male or a female?
Should I talk, sir?
But someone said yes, please, and then
yes, please. Please let him finish. I'll come in.
Okay. Hope.
Yeah. All right, sir.
Hello.
So my opinion, my humble suggestion to my colleagues is that you rightly said that you said something that when reacting to others' opinions, we should be less sentimental or shouldn't be sentimental when it comes to these things. I believe in as we are learning, taking this course to get the knowledge, for life. I also believe you also have exams to pass. So I would suggest we all put our emotions and sentiments elsewhere because we have a lot of topics to cover, as the lecturer told us, so that we can concentrate more on the content of what the lecturer is giving us, so that the argument here and there because we have only 4 weeks to meet our lecturer. Unless he decides to give us extra time, that will be out of his own will. Let us all focus on what the lecturer is teaching us. As I said, we shouldn't forget that we have exams to write. So in as much as we are learning, we are having all this knowledge for life. UCC at the end of the day will bring us exams we need to write. We shouldn't forget that during the first block, this course took a lot of people by surprise. People getting single digits in the first quizzes. And if we continue this way with a lot of sentiments and a lot of arguments, you'll not be able to go far. My humble opinion, let's all allow the lecturer to go the way he wants to go. If the first 2 or 3 hours will be for the lecture, and then maybe the last 30 minutes or 1 hour for questions and debate and those things, I believe it will help us. Because most of us, after the lectures, we go back to download and listen to what the lecturer said. If the arguments and these things, the sentiments are being too much, listening to the lecture offline sometimes is very boring. So I would suggest the lecturer goes, directly. Let's say if the first 2-3 hours, we listen to him, we listen to the lecture, and then after maybe the last 1 hour, the last 45 minutes to end of the lecture, then we can come in with this our questions and our opinions and this thing. That's my humble opinion, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So Hope is concerned that about the time we are taking on discussions in relation to the course. I agree. But you see, Hope, these things we are discussing are also part of the course. Okay. These are sentiments that are they boil down on how we can understand what we mean by membership. And that's why I'm allowing this much time. Meaning that moving forward, I would try to adjust the pace so that it doesn't become too much on the suggestions we are making. Okay, so thank you very much. Salima too.
Yes, sir. And please, sir, I wanted to say, with regards to what my brother was saying, when we talk of religion and culture, let's say they are intertwined, or maybe they always work together. Because since we get to know that culture is the way of life, of giving people living in a specific society, then definitely some aspects of our lives will affect our religion, and some religious aspect too may affect our culture. So definitely we cannot basically say, since we are Muslims and maybe Islam, from his perspective, Islam started from the first man and whatever. Although Islam started from the first man, but we can also talk of our African indigenous religion. We can also say it started from the first man, in the sense that they adopted their culture. They started pouring libations since only God knows when they started it. So certain aspects, let's say the dowry, the payment of the bride price and other things, we can see it in the aspect of African traditional religion. We can also see it in other religions. So definitely religion and culture always work together. And since we are, please, I said,
cannot be separated.
yes, please. Because since Invictus said that they involve different people, we have different people, and they have different religions as well. Likewise, when we look at, let's say, those religions that come from different soil, apart from the African soil, we can also see that although we have Christianity, we have Islam, but within the Islamic sect and the Christianity sect, there are also different sects. For example, when we look at Christianity, we have the Roman Catholics and the others. They may have something in common and something different. And with that, we can also see some similarities between those sects and our own African traditional religion. So definitely religion and culture cannot be separated. Thank you.
Okay. Have I engaged anyone who? Shabra, did you want to say something? Shabra Kinapon, or you're okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, sir. I'm okay, sir. Thank you.
What of Michael? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that does it for our lengthy argument on membership. And with that, we also end, excuse me, we also end this session. Are there any questions? Are there any questions on what we've done in relation to membership, in relation to development? Any question at all? Okay, so it is 9:30. I usually give a 15-minute break. I usually give a 15-minute break to allow for refreshment and everything. Should I give that break? You want a 15 minutes break. So we come back at 9:45 and do 1
Yes,
hour
please.
45. Okay.
Yes,
So let's take a
please.
15 break. We come back at 9:45.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hey, abusuafo mpacho lecture no a endi ana. Cause main tissue ana me network enye. Boy,
Please, so is the meeting over? But Isaac, is the meeting over or what? I can't hear anything again.
The lecturer gave us 15 minutes break, so he's here to come.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 11 people here, but we need to continue. Should we give a bit more time? Should we give about 3 more minutes for others to join, or we continue? Because I think we were 20 before we went to, but now we are 11. People are joining. Let's give about 2 more minutes, okay?
Please, are we done with the lectures?
Alhaji, we are giving 2 more minutes for others to join.
Please come again.
We are giving 2 minutes for others to join.
So we went on break, eh?
We went on break. We are waiting for 2 minutes. We're supposed to start 45. Let's continue. We don't want to waste too much more time. Okay, so great. Welcome back from the break. So we've looked at the introductory aspects of the religion. We looked at the introductory aspects where we looked at the membership, we looked at the history, we looked at how it has developed, we looked at how the name of the religion, African traditional religion, the kind of argument this brings about. Okay. Now we are moving to the methods that have been used in the study of the religion. Now remember, in relation to the history and development, we stated that African traditional religion has always been an oral religion. It's always passed down history by word of mouth. Now, the problem this presented for anyone who wanted to study the religion was that we needed to develop innovative methods and approaches to even try to begin to understand how Africans practice our religion. Okay, so that is what birthed these many approaches to the study of religion. We have the particularistic, we have the enumerative, we have the unity, we have the limited comparative, and then thematic and the phenomenological approach. The phenomenological approach is the most popular. It's argued to be the most effective approach to the study of the religion. But let us try to also understand the methods we have above and how that played out trying to understand the religion. So the particularistic method. Now the particularistic method deals with studying the religion from one particular ethnic group. So the Akans. I come to the Akans, I study the religious beliefs and practices, but I do not make any attempt to compare it to other religious cultures. If it is the Akan I'm studying, it's the Akan I'm studying. I don't study the Akan and try to compare it to the Bono people. I don't study the Akan and try to compare it to the Elwes. Okay, so that is what the particularistic method is. Now, the argument behind this approach is that each religious belief, each religion develops separately without any external influence, without any interrelationships. Therefore, to understand a religion much better, you should study that religion alone in its entirety. That is the argument for the particularistic method. Now, there's a number of scholars who use the particularistic method. We have RLH204D, we have Percy A. Talbot, we have Balaji Dowu, Messiah Gariba. Messiah Gariba was a lecturer at the institute. He passed away some years back. And he spent a lot of years studying Nangwa people, and he used the particularistic approach. He studied only Danglos without comparing Danglos to any other ethnic group in Ghana. Now, what are the strengths of the particularistic method? One, it allows individuals with adequate knowledge of the culture and language, okay, to study the religion of the people. So, for example, I'm a Fanti from Elmina. I understand the language, I understand the culture, and I've gone to do a PhD. So I can come back to Elmina to really understand their religion and come up with good findings. Okay, that is the first advantage of the particularistic method. Then the second advantage is that limiting the study to a particular ethnic group allows for a more in-depth and accurate study of the ethnic group. So I'm studying the Anglo people. It's only the Anglo people I'm studying. I will not study the Angloga. I will not study the Guans. It's the Anglo people I'm studying. This prevents any distractions and also allows for clarity in the findings we bring out when studying a particular religion. So these are the advantages of using the particularistic method. However, like any system, it has weakness. The first weakness is that it cannot be true that ethnic groups in Ghana developed independently of each other. It cannot be true that ethnic groups in Ghana developed independently of each other. So, for example, even among Kepus and Elmina, which are towns which are close to each other, there were some kind of relationships as the two towns developed. Okay. When you take two cities like Elmina and then let's see Accra, or Elmina and then Mankesim, when you go down into history, you realize that there were some form of interactions, there were some form of relationships across history, which may have shaped the way the religion in Mankesim, the way the religion in Elmina developed. Then also, it is not always the case, okay, that a person from his or her own town is accepted. There's this argument that a prophet is not accepted in his own home, right? So a white man may come from outside and then attempt to study the religion of your town. The white man may be accepted than you who comes from your own town. It happens all the time. Mm-hmm. Then the third disadvantage is that it is impossible to generate or produce scholars from every community in Africa who can understand their own culture. It's impossible. It's impossible. Now, for those of you who are from the most rural parts of Ghana, I believe you can count the number of people who even have the degrees you have, or even in your area, how many people have PhDs? Okay, so to argue that it is possible to produce scholars from every ethnic group so that they can study their religion can probably be a myth, may not be a reality. Then the lack of comparison, because you don't compare different ethnic groups, it is difficult to also make general statements. The fact that you're comparing, you're not allowed to compare different ethnic groups, also prevents you from making certain general statements, which are very, very important in research in religion. So this is a particularistic approach. Let me seek permission to move to the next. Let's go through all the methods. Then I'll take steps back to review before I ask for questions. Okay, so we can move a bit faster. The particularistic approach. Now, this approach argues that even though it is true that I'm moving to a narrative approach. So the narrative approach deals with the listing of common practices under a common theme. The enumerative approach deals with the listing of common practices under a common theme. So I go to a particular ethnic group in Africa. They've not written down their history. However, I can observe their way of life. Okay, and by observing their way of life, I can list down how they live I can list down how they practice their religious beliefs and practices, and in that way categorize them under general headings. So the enumerative approach, okay, deals with listing rituals, listing beliefs and practices, and categorizing them under common themes. Okay. So that is what the enumerative approach is. The enumerative approach builds on the strength that comparison is very important. However, we lack the historical record for comparison. Okay, we lack the historical record. We don't have the we hitherto we didn't have the right written down records for comparison. Therefore, the way to go is by enumerating. Yeah, an enumerator is someone who lists particular items in the community. So let's say if they ask you to go and enumerate a district, what it means is that you list the number of houses, you list the number of structures, you list the number of factories, etc. That's what an enumerator does. So applying that to our concept here, the enumerative approach lays down common religious and beliefs and practices under a particular theme. Now we have, so in all these methods we are studying, we will come across some scholars who have tried to use the approach. Jeffrey Parinda, a very popular scholar, used the enumerative approach. Kofi Asare-Poku, a Ghanaian, also used the enumerative approach. Now, the major strength in the enumerative approach is that by comparing, by putting down beliefs and practices under one category, it helps us to understand that particular religious practice under that particular category. Okay, so let's say I want to understudy how naming ceremonies are performed among the Akan. Okay, I can go to the Ashantis. Then I say that they do, for example, they do naming ceremonies on Tuesdays. Then I go to the Bonos, I say that during naming ceremonies, they don't use alcohol. Okay, and I go to the Fantis, I go to Elmina and I say that during naming ceremonies, they use alcohol. Now, you are listing all these religious beliefs and practices, but you can give it a common category under naming ceremony. Okay, so that when anyone takes what you've written down, he knows that all these different approaches, okay, to carrying out under what naming ceremonies. That is an example by which, or a way by which the enumerative approach can be very useful in understanding a particular religion. Then its challenges. What are the challenges in using the enumerative approach? Of course, there would always be a challenge of grouping items, of grouping materials. With the many ethnic groups we have in Africa, there is always a problem in trying to list. Okay, now this may be lessened this challenge may be lessened to some extent by the use of technology. The use of computers and all that. But even with that, the initial step is to what? To list the religious beliefs and practice. And that takes a huge effort across a wide expanse of geography. Now, a method used to solve this problem is what we call a symposium of studies. Over here, individual writers come together to write about particular rituals, but they assign the listing of particular rituals to particular scholars. Okay, so that the work is divided, but thereafter be able to come together to write monographs, to write books, to write articles, to report whatever has been shared for anyone to read. Then the weakness. This argument, the symposium of particular studies, isn't always the panacea. It's not always the solution to the problem. Why? Because when a scholar is assigned a particular ritual belief to report on, it is sometimes understood, okay, as the totality of what is being understood. So, for example, if a scholar is assigned to write something about death rights of the account, after publishing, it is sometimes understood as the totality of that aspect of the religion. But that can only be a minute aspect, okay? Because religion is very vast, religion is very expansive, religion is very subjective. And therefore, to claim to report the totality of a particular aspect of a religion can be erroneous. Then the problem of history. The problem of history. Now, the argument of the enumerative approach is that it is only written down accounts that can be accepted for understanding a religion. But other scholars argue that it is not only written accounts that can be understood, but oral narratives, okay, oral histories of people are enough. You don't need to list it down. Reporting directly the oral histories of people by going to them is enough to showcase the religious beliefs of a people. You don't necessarily need to enlist them before you can claim to report about a particular religion. So that's it for the enumerative approach. Let us move to the unity approach. The third method we are studying is the unity approach. Now, the unity approach argues that there's a commonality among all the religious beliefs and practices in Africa. Okay, there is a commonality in all the religious beliefs and practices we are studying in Africa. Therefore, to study one religious culture, is to study all the religious cultures in Africa. Very interesting argument. So if I go to Kenya and I take an attempt at studying, let's say, the rite of passage, okay, of the Mende people, okay, that means that I've, to a large extent, understood the religious beliefs and practices of most of the religious beliefs of the people of Africa. That's the argument, that's the strength of the unity approach. Okay, so you may not need to necessarily compare. Okay, you may not need to necessarily compare. All you need to do is to do an in total study of a particular ethnic group, and that is enough for you to, as it were, assume that you understand the religion across Africa. So we have people like W.E. Abraham, who use this religion in studying certain African cultures. And there's a quote here attributed to him. Over here, he tries to argue that there's a certain semblance of commonality in African cultures. And he compares this to members of one particular family who share common traits among them. Therefore, he applies that to the study of Africa, when he studies one particular culture and uses that as an example of what happens across the continent of Africa. So let me just take a breather here. We've done 3 out of 6. Please, from the particularistic to the enumerative approach, to the unity approach, is there something we don't understand here? Any clarity we need to seek? Something we want to add? Okay, if there are no questions, let me move forward. The historical approach. Okay, now the historical approach, as the name suggests, it uses oral narratives, it uses ritual expressions, which have evolved across history to study the religion of the people. So, for example, it can use Idikra symbols, the involvement of the Idikra symbols to study the Ashanti religion. Okay, how did the Jinyami come about? What was the original significance of Jinyami, and what is the original significance now? And by tracing the development of artistic expression across history, the argument is that the historical method helps us to what? Understand particular religions. Okay. So as usual, we are looking at certain scholars like Joseph Olukuna, J. Dabia, Imosu, Sarah Green, Sandra Green, who used the historical approach in the study of some cultures of Africa. Now, let us move to the strengths and weaknesses of the historical approach. Now, the strength is that it is possible to look at how religious groups that developed in the same geographical area interacted and developed. It's easy to study such religions. So, for example, let me use what I'm familiar with. When you take Elmina, Cape Coast, Commander, Lankesine, these are all towns across the Atlantic Ocean. Okay, so by using the historical approach to study artistic expressions across these cultures, it is very possible to understand how their religion developed, right? Then two, it also helps us to understand how religious ideas were spread across Africa. It helps us to understand how religious ideas are disseminated, how they are spread across Africa. Because by studying how different ethnic groups interacted across history, you also understand where certain religious belief practices began, how they were spread, and how they are practiced at the moment. Now, the weakness, a major weakness of the historical approach. The major weakness is that the usual claim of not recording events. Okay, so it deals with history. Okay, it deals with history. And in dealing with history, it argues that you don't need to have an event recorded in the now before you can claim it's authentic. You don't need to have an event recorded currently, okay, before you can claim it's authentic. You need to go back to history. You need to go back to history to be able to understand how religious beliefs and practices evolved before you can understand how it developed. But the argument is that oral narratives are not always reliable. Historical approach always depends largely on oral narratives. Okay. However, oral history cannot always be reliable. At the beginning of the course or the session, we had someone explaining that it's very difficult to argue if you don't have written or recorded versions of what you have to prove. Okay, so the major weakness of the historical approach lies in the non-reliability, the challenge with using oral narratives. Then the limited comparative. The limited comparative approach makes an attempt of comparing the similarities and differences of certain particular religions in Africa. Okay, it makes an approach of comparing certain religious beliefs and practices of Africa, but it is limited because it doesn't compare the entirety of cultures. It only takes certain aspects of a religion and attempts to make comparisons. Okay, and that is what will make it a little bit specific in this approach to try and understand beliefs and practices. So right here we have examples of scholars who also use the limited comparative approach. We have Evans Pritchard, and Evans Pritchard, he dwelt on a phenomenon of studying several cultures in a particular religious geographical area. Okay, and for him, he also emphasized on the similarities rather than the differences in trying to establish the commonalities among African religious practices. A minute, my screen is frozen. Okay, so I would have to stop sharing and then continue again because okay. So share again. All right. So apologies for that. My screen got frozen, so I had to restart again. Now, we've looked at, I was on the limited comparative approach. I was on the limited comparative approach, and I was explaining some of the scholars who have tried to use the limited comparative approach in the study of indigenous religions, not only in Africa. Now, indigenous religions are across the world. Australia, Canada, almost every land, even when you go to America, okay, the Indians over there constitute the indigenous religions that existed before Christianity came to dominate the United States of America. Okay, so the limited comparative over here doesn't have the advantages and disadvantages. I would reshare this slide with advantage and disadvantage of limited comparative. Okay, so for now, let us move to the thematic. Apologies for that. Yeah, the thematic approach. Before I move forward, are there any questions? Any questions, please? On what we've done previously. Okay, the thematic approach. If there are no questions, let's move forward. The thematic approach deals with the study of particular themes in particular religions. Okay, it deals with the study of particular themes, and the themes can be things under worship, it can be divination, it can be libation, it can be myths. Okay, it deals with the study of particular themes, okay, in a particular cultural setting, but it doesn't compare. So that is the trick here. it studies particular themes under particular religions. So marriage under the Fantis, under the Ewes, under the Yoruba, but it doesn't make any attempt to compare the findings. That is what makes it a little bit confusing to understand. A thematic approach, you take a particular theme, you study it across different cultures, but you do not compare. The aim is not to find commonalities, but the aim is to understand how it plays out in different religious cultures. Okay, that is the main approach called thematic approach. Strengths and weaknesses. The first major strength excuse me, of the thematic approach is that because it doesn't make any attempts to compare, it overcomes most of the problems that we have identified in the unity approach, in the limited comparative, because in trying to compare, issues come up which you have to overcome. But this is the trend of thematic approach. It only understudies the things across different religions, but it does not, as it were, compare the findings over there. Then the weakness, the strength of the comparative, the thematic approach is its weakness. It doesn't allow for comparison, but because it doesn't allow for comparison, it also prevents anyone from making general statements about religion. Okay, because when you move out into a particular area, you try to conduct research, you want to come out with findings that will be representative enough for anyone that would apply to a lot of people who want to read. But if you come up with findings which are limited in application, for which many people cannot relate to, you will find that many people cannot read your research. And that is the weakness of the thematic approach. It doesn't allow for general statements to be made about particular religions. So that would be a direct opposite of the unity approach, where general statements can be made because it understands a particular approach and applies it to the entirety of Africa. So, my dear friends, with that, we've done a quick overview of 5 of the approaches to the study of the religion used by scholars following the popularity of oral religions. So you must understand that these methods were used, okay, to try to overcome the challenges presented by oral religions. The challenges presented by the lack of oral records, the lack of written records of the African traditional religion. We didn't have written records, therefore we needed to find ways to understand the particular religions in Africa. And then these 5 methods I've mentioned were the ways that were used to understand the African traditional religion. Please, any questions? Is there any questions? Are there any questions about these methods we have described, the advantages and disadvantages? I agree that it can be a little bit confusing at first engagement. It can be a little bit confusing because what you are dealing with is about 5 different disciplines. And then in this very short session, we've attempted to summarize the various advantages and disadvantages it presents. So if you don't have any questions, I understand, but I would hope that you go back, probably listen to the audio again. I'll send you the manual, you read, and then try to develop a much better understanding of the methods used in the study of African traditional religion. If there are no questions, I'm moving to the next slide, the next session. A minute, please. Okay, so in the previous session, we looked at the some of the methods used in the study of the African traditional religion. And we also understood that these methods came about largely as a result of the lack of written records. Anyone to even begin to understand African traditional religion. Now, we come to the most popular of all these methods. I remember one of you mentioned epoche and adaptive vision, right? Meaning you've done this in your previous books. Can I get any prior knowledge of what you know or what you understand about the phenomenological approach to the study of religion? Can anyone at all give me anything at all you understand about the peer approach? Ladies and gentlemen, are you there?
Yes, please, we are there.
Yes, please.
Don't be tired, though. You have 30 more minutes to go.
Yeah, here, sir.
Yeah, yes. Anyway, the way you're even talking. Tell me what you know about the phenomenological approach to the study of religion. Anything at all. I can't see your hand, so you would have to. If you want to start talking, you can just go ahead.
It is a study of the observable part.
The study of the observable
Parts of religion.
Is it Shadrach?
Yes, sir.
This, Shadrach, can you speak? Can you come up more? I can't hear you.
I said the phenomenological approach is the. Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm listening, Shadrach.
I said the phenomenological approach. I'm saying it is the study of the observable part of religion.
Okay. Study of the observable parts of it. So the observable parts will consist of how people practice their religion, how they eat, how they pour libation, the days on which they go to observe, where they observe allegiance to their gods. Okay, that would consist of the observable aspects of a religion. Any other? You've met the concept before, right? You've all met the concept of the peer approach, the technological method before. Technological method, sorry. So what is it? What is it we know? Anything one can remember? Alhaji, have you met this before? Illuminata.
Please, what were you saying? Please, I got lost a little bit because I'm in a car from Chete to Sunyani, so I was not getting you right. So I'm just listening to what went on. Right now, I'm at Kiepri, where you passed to your destiny, your university, Cali University.
Yeah.
I'm in a car,
Yeah.
so I wasn't getting the concept well because of network challenges.
I'm only asking. That's why I'm trying to get some RPG from you guys. I'm trying to get some relevant. Yeah. So, Shadrach gave us a bit of what the phonological approach is. Now, the phonological method deals with the study of the observable features of a religion. Observable, what you can see. Okay. And I'm asking if anyone can give us another understanding of the phonological approach. Okay, that's fine. Let's move on. So, yes. Okay, so let me share the. Let's move on to the phonological method. So, like I said, of all the methods used in the study of the African traditional religion, the phonological method appears to be the most popular, appears to be the most consistent, appears to be the most effective. Okay. And like Shadrach said, the phonological method, the phenomenological method, what a long name. The phenomenological method deals with observing that which can be seen. Okay. Now there's a definition here. The phenomenological study of religion is the study of the lived religious experiences of religious people and the observable aspects of religion. So to add to what Shadrach said, the phenomenological approach doesn't only deal with the observable aspect of the religion, but also deals with the lived experiences of a people. Now, what do we mean by lived experience? So, I'm a Christian. I'm a Catholic. Tomorrow I'll be going for Mass. Therefore, the fact that I'm a Catholic, the fact that I'm a confirmed Catholic means that I have a lived experience of a Catholic. Okay. Ahaji is a Muslim. Probably yesterday he went for Juma prayers. Today he has said the first two prayers of the day. Okay, so he's a Muslim, therefore he has a lived experience of a Muslim. Okay, so that's what a lived experience. A lived experience means that you have a practical experience of that concept that is being spoken about. So the phenomenological approach deals with the study of the lived experience of indigenous people and the observable aspects of their religion. Okay. As we move forward, we would understand that the role of the phenomenologist, the role of the scholar or the phenomenologist is not to make judgments. It's not for you to pass judgment on a particular religious belief, but it is for you to only report on what you understand. It is for you as a phenomenologist to only report on what you studied as a scholar. So that is the main method used in the phenomenological approach. Now let's go on to understand some key terms. Let's understand some key terms applied to the phenomenological approach of the study of religion. One, epoche. Now, epoche comes from the Greek word epiko. Okay. Now, this is a common question which usually comes in the objectives. And you also know that when you're writing your essays, usually etymologies. Etymologies like this are very important in introducing your essays. So, epoche comes from the Greek word epiko, meaning to hold back, and it involves the temporary suspension of everything you know, okay, before you understand a particular religion. It is a suspension of all myths, all prejudice, all misconceptions, all prejudgments. You need to suspend all these, okay, before you go on to what? Understudy a religion. This is one of two main concepts of the phenomenological approach, epoche. Now, under epoche, we also look at bracketing. It's similar to, it is a term used in epoche. Bracketing simply involves putting aside, okay, the name suggests, as the name suggests, cornering, or as the name suggests, deleting, okay, putting to the minimum approach, or putting to the its minimum reference any form of knowledge have before you understand a particular religion. So before you can understand a particular religion, the idea is that you have to bracket all your emotions, you have to bracket all your religious beliefs and practices in order for you to what? And understanding that religion much better. So epoche, the first main concept under the neurological approach, then you can subsume bracketing under epoche, okay, where bracketing involves putting aside all your beliefs before you go on to understand a particular religion. Now let's move on to the second major method used in the P approach, the P method, the eidetic vision. Now, eidetic vision also etymologically comes from the Greek word eidos, which means that which is seen. Okay, etymologically, it evolved from the Greek word eidos, which means that which is seen. Now, this would cater for the observable aspects of a religion. It will cater for the lived experiences of the religious person so that you can understand their religion. So over here, your sight, your eyes is the most important organ. Okay, because it's through the usage of your eyes, you're able to observe all the observable features, including the lived experiences of the adherents, of the believers of a particular indigenous religion. Then we also have what we call empathetic interpolation. This is a huge word, but it simply means putting yourselves in the shoes of the believer. Okay, putting yourselves in the shoes of the believer. Now, let us distinguish between these two words, empathy and sympathy. Let us distinguish between these two words, empathy and sympathy. So a friend of you is bereaved, and then he said that I'm going to empathize with the person. Over here, the use of the term empathy means it's a much deeper way of consoling with the person. Okay, it's as if you are the one who has been lost, you're the one who is even bereaved. So empathy is much deeper than sympathy. Empathize with someone it's a much deeper expression of trying to understand the person and trying to consolidate or console the person. Then sympathy would be a less engaging approach with the emotions of a people or with the emotions of a particular person. So empathetic interpolation means that you join the believer in doing almost everything he does so that you can understand the person. You attend church with the person, You observe the way the person goes for communion. You observe the way the person prays the 5 daily prayers of Islam. You observe the way marriage is performed. So you go there to observe the marriage itself. You go there to observe the religious belief or practice itself. And that is how empathetic interpolation helps you to understand the lived experience of a particular people. Then we also have what we call theological reductionism. Okay, theological reductionism. Now, another huge term. Now, what does it mean? Now, theological reductionism is simply using your own ideals to understand a particular religion. Okay, so let's say that you're a Christian, and then you believe that there is one God, or you're a Muslim and you believe that there's no God apart from Allah. Then you want to go and study African traditional religion. Because in your religion, you believe that there's only one God. When you go and study African traditional religion, you have many gods. You want to argue that is not a religion. But that is their religion. Okay? So you are not to use your own preconceived religious beliefs, okay, to understand another religion. That's what we call theological reductionism. And that is something that a phenomenologist needs to avoid. Then the peer approach is also multidisciplinary. It is also multi-methods because it dwells on different subject areas to try and understand religion. For example, I want to understand the religious beliefs of a particular ethnic group. I can choose to call on a geographer. Okay, I can choose to call on a historian to help me to understand the various divisions, the various ethnic groups that exist in a particular area. So over here, I'm not only dwelling on religion, I'm also dwelling on what? Geography and history. Okay, so the technological approach is multidisciplinary because it dwells on the strengths of different disciplines in order to understand the lived experiences of a particular religion. Any questions so far? Please, do we have any questions so far about the phenomenological method? Okay. So we mentioned the observable aspects of a religion that can be understood. Okay, we made reference to the observable aspects of a religion that can be studied. Now, there are 6 dimensions or 6 aspects of a religion that can be studied. 1, the rituals. Okay, so a phenomenologist can understand the rituals of a people, can study libations, can study festivals, in order to understand the lived experience of the people. Then myths. So myths are religious stories about the people. Okay, myths are religious stories about the people. So when you go into the Bible, everything you read there is a myth. In addition to the creation stories, the story of Jesus Christ is a myth. We'll be celebrating that in Islam very soon. The story of Easter, the death of Jesus Christ, is a myth. It's a story of a particular religious people. Okay, so by understanding myths, we can also understand the people. Then doctrines. Doctrines are more formal, written down teachings of religion. Okay, doctrines are more formal, written down, documented teachings of a people. And we can also study the doctrines of a religion in order to understand that. For example, when you take the doctrine of the Holy Trinity, okay, where we Christians believe that there are 3 gods but one, it helps us understand Christianity quite well. Then ethics. Every religion deals with what is right or wrong. what you ought to do and what you ought not to do, the do's and don'ts, moral behavior. Okay, so we can also understand the do's and don'ts in a religion in order to understand the way of life of a particular ethnic. Then we can also understand the social institutions. Okay, now institutions are what make up a particular society. Okay, and these institutions also have leaders. So in African traditional religion, we have an institution of the priesthood, the traditional priesthood. We have the institution of the chieftaincy. Okay, and all these institutions which have leaders can also be understood in order to understand a particular religion. We can also study the religious experiences of people. Now, the religious experiences of people are in two categories. Okay, we can talk about the everyday experiences of the people and the more drastic experience. The everyday experience of people is when you're able to wake up. Okay, you can press the power button on the remote when TV turns on. You go to church, you can pray. Okay, these are everyday religious experiences. But the more dramatic religious experience refers to something like encountering a ghost, encountering an angel, receiving a vision, okay, receiving or having a dream, okay, having a revelation through a dream. Okay, so religious experiences which are both ordinary and dramatic helps us to what? Explain or understand a particular religious belief. Then we also have the material dimensions of a religion. Material dimension of a religion. Anything material concerning anything you can see or touch. Okay, its shrines, its geographical spaces, its religious objects. Okay, anything material refers to all these things that helps us to what? Understand how people practice their religion. Now let us move to the criticisms of the religion. What are some of the challenges presented when anyone wants to use or the peer approach in studying ethnic religion? One, the method does not encourage anyone to introduce change in the particular religion. For example, I can go and observe a community in the Volta region on the northern region that practices troposi, okay, where young girls are kept in the shrine, in the service of the shrine, as retribution or as payment for a wrong done by a member of the family. But I cannot suggest any change to that practice. I cannot suggest that it is bad, so troposi should be abolished. Okay, because a phrenologist is neutral. Another example, I can go and observe how female genital mutilation is conducted, is practiced. But as a phrenologist, I'm not supposed to present solutions on whether it is good or bad, or whether it has to be stopped or has to be continued. Okay, so the peer approach does not encourage change in religion. Okay, then the peer approach dwells very strongly on current reports as observed in the religion, in the particular religion. It doesn't deal in historic, it doesn't deal so much in historical account. Okay, so that is a limitation of the peer approach. The fact that it tends to deal mostly with current reports or current observations of the religion makes it a challenge for its use in understanding religion. Then it's also impossible. It's quite impossible for anyone to say that you are emptying yourself of every prejudice. Okay, I'm emptying myself of everything I know about a particular religion in order to what? Understand their religion. Imagine you've been socialized from birth to now. And even to now in the university, look at the quantum of content we are engaged with. Then they tell you that if you want to understand a particular religion, you need to put aside all that you've been socialized with from childbirth, from childhood to now, in order to understand. It seems unrealistic. Okay, so a third argument against the peer approach is that it's impossible for anyone to empty himself or herself totally of a particular religion, of what he knows, in order to what? Understanding a religion. When you get your manual, you will come across a lot more criticisms against the religion, but these are just a few that I've put here for you to engage with. Then, as usual, as we did with the other approaches to the study of religion, these are examples of scholars who use the phenomenological approach in the study of religion. James L. Cox, Peter Mackenzie, and then our own Jacob K. Lukuna. This is a very popular in the area of African traditional religion. He doesn't go without mention. He's contributed a lot to the study of African traditional religion. Then over here, let me continue with the reasons why the peer approach is much preferred. So over here, you can look at it as the advantages of the peer approach, okay, the strengths of the peer approach. Now, empathetic neutrality, where you go into the religion without any prejudice, it prevents us from attaching any negative labels to a particular religion. Okay, so later on in the course, we'll learn about some of these labels like Abosunsom, like fetishism. Okay, we'll learn that some of these labels were as a result of the inability of scholars to put aside their prejudice before understanding a religion. Then, as a follow-up of the first point, the peer approach enables or allows scholars to, as it were, assign names, authentic names to indigenous religions without assigning derogatory names such as fetishism, such as Abosunsom, okay, which are not representative of what the religion really is. Then the third point, the phenomenological approach helps us to avoid theological reductionism. Now, I explain theological reductionism to mean using preconceived religious yardsticks as a way of understanding a particular religion. The peer approach totally prevents us from ending up in theological reductionism. Then, once again, the peer approach helps to solve most of these methodological problems that were presented by the previous methods we understand. It helps us to avoid the problems of comparison. It helps us to avoid the problem of the lack of records, because you need to look, you dwell on the lived experiences of people. It helps us to solve most of the challenges presented by the earlier methods we understand. And that is part of the strength of the peer approach. So to end, we have understood that the phenomenological method is used to study aspects of the religion, the observable and lived experiences of the religion. It's helped to solve a lot of the problems presented by previous methods. There are some criticisms against the religion, and some strength also put forward in the usage of the peer approach. So let us try to read more about the peer approach. Let us see how the criticisms against the religion can be balanced or can be lessened to a very large extent by the strength of the peer approach, so that we can either agree or disagree with its effectivity in studying African traditional religion. Now, moving forward, my dear friends, in the slides, you realize that there are different self-assessment tests, which is to help us to evaluate an understanding of what we've studied today. So please make an attempt to make a very strong attempt to look at the self-assessment tests, which are at the end of every session. Okay, and that will help us towards preparing for our quizzes and then also our end of semester. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for all those who remain till now. We started off with about 27, and we are ending with about 13 students. I'm very grateful for your attention. I don't know if you have any question for me. Is there any question you have for me?
So is it the only model we are using?
That's not the only model, but it's the most popular. So you will find some scholars who continue to use the narrative approach, the limited comparative, and all that. But the most popular is the phenomenological approach, the set of beliefs. So out of that, we have a research design called phenomenology. I don't know if you come across it before. Phenomenology. A phenomenologist is someone who believes in the grounded study of people, grounded study of cultures, in order to what? In order to explore social phenomena. All right. So that's one of it's the most popular. And personally, I'll go the peer approach. Personally, I'll go with the phenomenological method. Okay, so it's 10:58. If there are no questions, we can call it a day. But please, if you have any, yeah, Shadrach.
Concerning the slides,
yes.
Is it the main slide you're going to use, or?
Yes, please. But for the part where
okay,
I left out the advantage and disadvantage of the limited comparative, I will just send it as a separate slide. Okay. So you can insert it in your slide.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so I'll send the manual. You have the slide. I'll send the manual. Please, if you have any questions, you can send it on WhatsApp. I think I'm BEO in the WhatsApp group. BEO, Benedict Echo Open. You can send a message if you need further clarifications. Okay. Thank you very much.
You were talking about the manual.
Yeah, please, I'll send a manual in the course of the day. I need to retrieve that from code, so I will send it in the course of the day.
All right, sir.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you,
sir.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.